Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Sorry for the couple of minutes delay in getting started there. Mrs. Dragon just got home and, of course, brought the Dunkin' Run with her, which, yeah, that part of it's already done. But, yeah, had to do some discussing about some stuff and ready to get going here. So, hope everybody's having a great night tonight. It is Tuesday night. The week's, as far as I'm concerned, almost done. Thursday night, I do have an announcement to make. Thursday night, and I'm going to make this a couple of times throughout the stream. We are not going to be streaming because I will be down at Ecovate 3D. They're having a local creators meetup type of thing. I think one or two people will be streaming from there, but it's just a creator collaboration night that another content creator in the area is doing. So I'm going to go down there and hang out with them, do some talking with a few people and everything. And then Saturday is the maker meetup. So Saturday morning, right? I will be streaming Saturday morning because I'm going to go down and stream from Ecovate 3D. The plan will be to work on the Optimus P1. Thursday night, I'm going to try and, well, it's an after hours party type thing on Thursday, so I'm going to try and get some drilling done. You're going to say, drilling? Yeah, so, I'll talk more about this when we're there on Saturday, but there was a cable chain that went from the toolhead area. So you had a cable chain that came up and around from the control box on the y-axis. It came up and the cables went over the x-axis and then around the back to the toolhead. Then there was a cable chain that went from the left rear side of the printer enclosure around to the tool head area, and that's where the PTFE tube came around. And what we were looking at is if I take that cable chain, flip it to go the other way so it goes around to the right rear, then I can run the umbilical cables there. Don't even have to have the X cable chain, can yeet that directly. And we'll have the cables from the tool head and everything. They'll be long enough now to come up, go around that cable chain, exit out the side, go the 1.5 feet down and into the back of the box. And I shouldn't have to extend anything. So that's the plan of what we're going to do. It just means I need to drill some holes into, I think it's like 1/8 inch steel. So no big deal. I've got some drill bits. We'll go in and drill the holes, and we'll have to tap the holes because the plan is to mount the rear of the cable chain directly to the back wall of the enclosure. And then we'll drill a 1-inch hole and use an 1/2 inch grommet. I did buy some grommets. Yeah, so we'll drill a 1-inch hole. We'll put a 1/2 inch grommet in there so we can run our cables through and get everything connected up. We'll do the cables and the PTFE tube through it, and we should be good that way. So making progress. Hey, JD Montgomery, how's it going? Or Montgomery, how's it going? And hey, Eagle the Dragon, how are you doing? So yeah, that's some of the plans. So I'll try and do that. Hey, Timor, how's it going? So I'll do that Thursday night, so that's pre-drilled, so that Saturday we can kind of go through the overview of the printer again. When I'm down there Saturday morning, I'll have the camera set up and a laptop with my little mobile setup. And we'll kind of review the printer itself again, talk about everything, and we'll finish trying to get the tool head wired up and stuff. And we'll try and start doing the standard basic commissioning process of Clipper to verify that our stepper motors are going in the right direction and not fighting each other and stuff like that. So Yay. Hey Jedi Spidey, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the 15 months in a row subscription. That is awesome, dude. That is awesome. Thank you. So the other thing that we started doing, and I started doing this earlier today, I got the files all set up and started going, was we started printing the parts for the Galileo Z-axes. So we're getting these printed out so that we can start assembling those. That'll be a stream coming up as well. My plan is to build the tool heads, build the Z-axes, and then we'll have to figure out from there what comes next, because I have a feeling what's going to come next is once this comes from this corner, it's getting stripped back, right? We're going to replace the Z's, which means most of the skirts need to come off. Actually, the screen stays in place and the fans stay in place. Everything else on the bottom of Fabreeko here comes off. So I'll have to take that off, rewire or rebuild it. And in fact, to build the Z drives, I either need to go buy 4 more motors or take the 4 motors from the Z's here. So we'll be doing some of that at the same time. We'll take the panels off and we'll store those, because with when we go to do the Z drive replacement, we have to take the Z belts off, which we would have to do anyhow because we're going to redo the flying gantry on it. So it's just going to start a cavalcade of things, and I'm trying to figure out, let's get stuff ready to go onto the printer and then figure out the best way of breaking down the printer. And I think what we'll do is take all the panels off, store those away where they'll be safe and sound, because all the tool head wiring's coming off. Everything above deck wiring comes off. We'll take the gantry off, take the gantry apart, rebuild the gantry with the LDO all-wheel drive kit, rehang the gantry. Before we rehang the gantry, we'll have to redo the Z. While we're underneath redoing the Z, we might as well redo the rebrain it, because remember, we're going to put a Leviathan with the expansion board in it, so it's just going to be a cascade of mini mods at that point, and it's going to be basically a full printer rebuild. The only thing that's really staying is going to be the frame. You know, at that point. You're going to move your sanding ops to the garage and get to work on Master Chief. Oh yeah, there you go. You need a big TV out there and just start sanding away. You know, that'll work. But what we've got right now up here on the bench is I've got all 4 basically of the kits for the tool head, right? 2 of the tool heads are going to get the Galileo 2 extruder kit, and all of them are going to go with the Conch Plus hot end and a 0.4 millimeter variant. Okay, so if you remember right, well, let me remind you, Jason with LDO was kind enough to send me the Stealthchanger kit. Okay, and he asked me what I wanted as far as extruders, and he sent me 2 orbiters and 2 of the Galileo extruder kits. Okay, so these are part of the sub kits for the Stealthchanger, which is the tool and dock kit. So this will have the parts to build the tool head and the dock that's associated with the tool head. Okay, so the plan will be to start by doing the orbiter, because we're building 4 ant heads, just 2 of them are going to have the orbiter. It's going to be a little less parts to put together, and then if we get them done tonight and they go bang, 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 great. If not, which I don't think they will, then we'll do another stream where we do the other 2, which will include the Galileo extruder kits. So that's the plan for tonight, is building 2 kits with the orbiters, and then probably Tuesday of next week, we'll come back and we'll build the 2 Galileo based tool heads. So that'll give us our 4 tool heads set up. By then I should have all the parts done, and we'll build the Z drives. And I'll give you guys a little hint. There may be an extra stream this week. Not going to guarantee it, but maybe. Hey, multi-headed Voron, how's it going? You've been looking forward to me starting this project? Yeah, me too. I've been chomping at the bit. And I will tell you this. I've had toolhead parts printed out for a while. I've got the dock parts printed out. I've got all the parts for the modular, or the door buffer. Okay? I guess while we're sitting here talking, let me pull up the Draft Shift Design website. So, Draft Shift Design's website. Draft Shift is the one that's brought out the Stealthchanger. LDO is the one making the kits. Okay? You've got the Stealthchanger, which is just kind of the overarching project, right? As part of that, and the Stealthchanger is really where they talk about the tool heads, the actual docking system, and the tool head backplate that mounts with the docking carriage. Okay, so you got those two pieces. Then you've got the modular dock, and it is modular. You can do it where it just hangs from the top rail, or you can do it where it's just sitting on a bottom rail that you add in, or it can attach to both, and that's the most rigid docking system, and that's what I'm choosing to do. You'll have a door buffer, which is going to be required in order to put like a Clicky-Clack door on it, and that will enable the bottom edge of the modular dock and prevent you from losing y-axis travel, because you can have that dock sitting a little bit forward, right? And then you've got the top hat, and that's going to give you room for all your umbilical cables as they go up and over. You may remember we've got black box over here, and see you've got your cables going up and over, and the XL, you've got the same type of thing. The Snapmaker U1, you're going to have those umbilicals. So you need a top hat that really encloses everything so that you can still run high temp prints. And then there's the whole cable management side. Because you've now got 4, 5, or 6 tool heads, depending on which tool head combination you go with, and the size of your printer, you can get up to 6 tool heads, I believe, with a 350 2.4. And if you go with like an Anthead or a Dragon Burner or something like that, I believe. So with that, you're going to need to have 6 umbilicals exiting the back, going down underneath the deck. So you need some cable management. So bada bing, bada boom, there we're at. So if we look at the Stealthchanger, and I've downloaded all the files now so I can pull up the assembly manuals without having to sit here and cascade through 3-4 pages at a time here. It talks about the Stealthchanger piece here. It has to use the Voron tap system, so that you need basically a Voron X carriage with the OptoTap sensor on each tool head. Okay, because that's how it knows which tool head has actually been picked up and is docked at the moment. JD Montgomery, G2Z XL or G2Z? Well, here we go. So there's a reason I said earlier that we're going to have to take these Z drives and use those motors, because we're doing G2Z XL. The reason we're going to do XL is because we're also putting the all-wheel drive LDO gantry on this. So the plan is for 4 tool heads. We're going to build 4 ant heads. All 4 of them are going to have Thetis Conch Plus 0.4 millimeter nozzle hot ends. 2 of them are going to run Orbiter 2s, and the other 2 are going to run Galileo 2 extruders. Yeah, you might be able to fit 7, but it's going to be a tight fit, and yeah, like you said, you really don't want to try and fit them. Hey, Japro Aberdabo, it's been a while. So yeah, part of what we're going to be doing is building the front parts of the tools and getting those ready. And then the other part is adding that to that back plate. But we have to mount that back plate with the carriage on all of these. And that just reminded me I might have to go down and grab the carriage. And we'll kind of chat a little bit and see what we're talking about here. So we've got all the parts here for 2 Antheads. And once again, the plan and design. Apparently, my orbiters are going to be the 3rd and 4th instead of the 1st and 2nd. So the 1st and 2nd will be the Galileos, and then the orbiters will be 3 and 4. But I've got the diffusers printed. I've got the diffusers printed and the blackouts. So these will be for the numbers. So we are going to do LEDs with numbers on these. We have the X1C toolhead blanks here. There was 2 different types. I think one allows for the fan, one doesn't. I want to use the cooling fans, and yeah, we'll go through here and we'll assemble these as we can. You're calibrating your SC toolboard docking now. Cool. And actually, I'm going to say, give me a second. I did not bring the main box up. Actually, hold on. The tool and the dock kit should have, yeah, does have all the fasteners. So this should have all the fasteners we need, and then some. This has the spring steel strip that we're going to be using instead of just straight piano wire. We've got fans, magnets, pins. All right, so I think we're going to have everything we're going to need in here, to include sequins and pre-made neopixels and optotap lights and stuff. 4 stealth burners though. And the Nighthawk 36 boards. Okay, so I think we might actually have what we'll need to actually do building today without me having to go downstairs, other than the shuttle, but ooh. I may have also not actually printed the back plates that would go onto the shuttle. So we're going to try and build out our Antheads, but we won't have the shuttle back plates unless I put them in a different baggie. Let me double check. Were there back plates in this side? No back plates there. These are the docks. I don't know, maybe we'll do some modular docks and some other stuff today as well. There's that. Oh, there we go. That. That might be, back plates. Here we go. Back plates, this would be the shuttle carrier, which we'll have a metal one of those. So it does talk about getting these done up first. And for that, I will need to go downstairs and get the the carriage plate. So bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, to give us the best chance for consistency and, just great overall product, because that's what LDO does for us, they provide this beautiful pre-made shuttle. So that's all aluminum, so it's going to be nice and rigid. And I actually had a thought of whether I wanted to keep these in the ASA, or if I wanted to print these in PPS. So if anybody on here has a Stealthchanger, let me know if you think doing this in PPS where it'd be a little bit more rigid would be a good idea or not. So we do have the shuttle there. We of course have the tools, some end stops, brass heat set inserts, pens, backplate pens, the whole 9 yards. So we'll look through this and we'll see what we need as it calls out what we need. So that goes there, that was there. Stealthchanger tool and dock kits. So some of these fasteners will be for the tool, some of these will be for the dock itself. So we'll have to see where we get from there. But we'll roll down here. Tool compatibility. Currently they support the standard Stealth burner, Dragon burner, Rapid burner, Yavoth, Zoll, Archetype. They also support Anthead. In the LDO documentation, they actually suggest using the Anthead, and that's what I've printed out is the Anthead. Hey Moji, how's it going? Welcome on in. So I should say, what is everybody's choice for a tool head? Would you use a Stealth burner, a Dragon burner, a Rapid burner, which is just Dragon burner in a longer length, the Yavoth, the Zoll? What is everybody's preferred tool head, I guess I should say? Before you begin, yes, you need an OptiTap board. We do have an OptiTap board in here. I have seen it already. Yes, an OptiTap board per tool head. So your carriage has the upright, and then the OptiTap board is going to mount and basically come down, and that's what's going to trigger the OptiTap, is that little tab right there. You're enjoying the Anthead at the moment? Good. You went with Dragon burners and Rapido 2F. That's the Rapido 2 fiber, which are very nice hot ends. And Apis extruders on all 6. Nice. Yeah, I still have an Apis 2 extruder that I've got to put on something, so that's going to have to go on something soon. Have a Stealthchanger with every tool we support. Anthead is your favorite. Okay, cool. Nice. When the tap sensor is triggered, it knows which tool it has. You don't need the other tap parts, so like the MGN9 rail, Stealthchanger by design also acts as the normal tap and does Z probing, so that's good. CAN bus is nearly a requirement. While technically you don't need to do CAN bus, getting that many wires in each tool head. So you will need a tool head board of some sort. As you can see, these all come with Nighthawk 36s. Okay, so these all come with Nighthawk 36s. They are very nice little boards there. I'm very happy with the ones that I have used so far. In fact, I got a whole plethora of them over there in the bench stock. And to use that, we also have the Nighthawk Hexa. This is a 6+1 port USB adapter. So you'll bring the USB up. The two power terminals that you see right over here is where you're going to bring your 24 volt up to the board with fork connectors, and then everything's going to be able to pull its power straight from the board here. So that's a nice little inclusion there, so that we can do everything via USB. The Apis 2 lifted your filament dryer. Oh wow, yeah. The nice thing about the LDO Nighthawk 36 board that come with these kits is the MCU is already programmed and is ready to be recognized by Clipper. Yes. And the other thing is, it's a straight, LS-USB by serial or whatever, or not LS-USB, but LS dev serial by ID, and you'll pick every single one up. So you plug one in, you get its serial port, you slap that in. You plug the next one in, you get its serial port, because it's the new one, slap that one in. So it makes life a little bit easier. And then doing updates, one, just don't update Clipper. unless there's a darn good reason, do not update Clipper once you do this, because then it's just a nightmare. So it talks about the bill of materials, picking your dock types. I did do the full-length docks. Don't ask me why. That's what I chose. There are stubbies and all this other stuff. I just did the full-length ones. That's fine for me. Talks about your printing, and then you get into assembly. The printing, we talk about, should talk about testing your tolerances, orientation, setting things up, making sure there's a checklist so you print all the right parts. Everything should come in nice and flat, so no issue there. So we've done that. And then on to assembling. This is where it talks about the shuttle and back plates, talking about your preload, your tips and tricks. So assembling the shuttle and back plates. In order to get properly matching set, you should insert pins in your best, straightest back plate. Okay. Press bushings in the shuttle and ensure a smooth mating between the parts. So our shuttle is here. It's metal. This is our best reference right here. It already has the bushings installed. So this is our best case in point here. We'll have our back plates here, and we need to insert two M3x8 socket head cap screws in the top two pins to secure, and an M3x6 or 8mm button head cap screw in the bottom pin. Stealth burner backplate needs the pins glued, so that's where we might have an issue, is because we're using the Antheads. Yeah, Nighthawk and Hexa were almost plug and play exactly. So let's see here. We're going to have pins here, screw in the middle, and then screws in the... So we'll have screws here, and that's going to line up with our two magnets at the bottom. And then we'll have a screw here in the middle, and that's what this hole is for, is to be able to go up and screw that screw in. That's going to line up with the center one. So that'll be our three magnetized points that are going to hold the carriage on. There will be 3 pin locations. Whoops. Here, here, and here. Whoops. Here, here, and this one right here. And that's what's going to be picked up by our tool head. It'll do this, come up on it, everything will magnetize together, and it'll be able to pick up and move the tool head off. So we need a socket screws, and pins. The question is are they in here or are they in the other kit? 2x6 self-tapping, that's a scary thought. Hex nut, machine screw, hex nut, and 3x6. Well, it's M3x8 socket heads. Okay. And we're dropping things. Good gracious. There we go. M3, no, those are button heads. What are we doing for X and Y end stops? Well, quite honestly, I may just use the, oh, there we go. There is an X and Y end stop kit somewhere in here, I believe. I plan on just using end stops unless I'm told that's not a good idea. Sometimes it gets fiddly with sensorless homing, and if you have good end stops, then your precision is kind of baked into the end stop. Okay, so our countersunks, our flat head cap screws will go down here at the bottom, and then our other one's going to go in at the top. So that's actually saying M3x6 or M3x8 button head in the bottom pin. Okay, is there a... I think I've got to pull down the CAD. Did I pull down the CAD? Probably yes. Because I have a feeling that I'm going to need to look at CAD if it's here. Yes. Let me get Fusion up. Hey, Sandoval for Christian, how's it going? Oh man. Which account am I going to use today? Why are you sending me code via email? Joseph needs to stop sending me Black Friday deals. Oh. No, don't personalize anything. Just open up product. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage, how's it going? Oh yeah, it must be a while since I've logged into this account because I don't remember any of those projects. Awesome. Update later. Open says me. Downloads. Graph shift. Stealthchanger. Main. CAD. Now the question is, does this have, oh yes, backplate. Which one do we want to see? Spacer. Turn off high flow, turn off ultra high flow. There we go. Hey, look at that. Okay. Four by 12 rounded pin. Okay. M3 by 6 flathead. M3 by 6 magnet. Okay. And 3 by 10 button head through the bottom. That's going to link things up. So apparently I'm just lying all the way around. So we just need the pins then, huh? You found N3MI-DG guide for the Anthead on Stealthchanger would be quite helpful. That's awesome. Let me click on that. Going good, filling out paperwork and adding appointments to calendar. Is that stuff for your daughter or for you? Actually, yeah, because you're getting ready to have surgery, right? The Core L bed looks good, but I don't know if it's actually better than an H2 bed. That I don't know, Piled, because I'll have to look at the H2 again. I can tell you it's looking pretty nice. Yeah, I don't know what they print like either, but hey, give it a little bit. Apparently, Sam Prentice has one, Nero has one, Maker Muse has one. I'm sure Joel has one. I'm pretty sure Manic has one. We're gonna see a lot of people with Core 1 soon, which is gonna drive me nuts. So, so I'm getting 2 different sets of Stealthchanger guides here. I'm not sure. Anthead assembly guide. LED assembly, optional. Well, I have LEDs, but they're pre-made for a stealth burner, not the Anthead. So I would have to possibly shorten and or re-lengthen them, I think. Ooh, maybe. Let me see. Let me pull this out and double check. Here's the OptiTap cable. Come on. Stop playing hard to get. Oh. Huh. That might actually work, even though I'm not sure if I printed the parts for it, but I will add those in afterwards if need be. Okay. On the bomb. Yeah, it's a little bit closer. I'd have to most likely shrink this down, but I do have the ability to do that. Oh yeah, that piece. And how I did this piece right here on the Anthead that we did for Zura was somebody gave me the idea of using the wires on resistors. And that worked awesome. That worked amazing. Now this little retaining piece, this was the biggest pain in the butt, is getting that little retaining piece in there. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that if we're gonna use the lights, huh? Dang. Okay, and I just realized what the difference is. The difference between these two mounts is which way it goes. In this one, the heatsink basically goes like this. On this one, you're mounting it, putting it in, and the screws go through all the way. JD, which version, or actually I was going to say, which version of these did you use? What I really need is somebody that used the Concord ends and say which version of these did they use. That would make the most sense. Okay, it's great. We've got everything laying out here, and we haven't put a single part heat set or anything in. Use the one that's 90 degrees from normal for your conch and have the 2010. If you have a 2510 fan attached using and have the 2510 attached using the heat sets. So you went with this version, because that would have that would be mounted like that, I guess. And then you have your, actually sticks out a little bit. Yeah, because you'd have to do that way. So heat sets would go on from the back on this one. You'd put in your screws from the front. See, that kind of looks like it sits a little proud. By a couple of millimeters there. Yeah. Yeah. So there'd be 2 heat sets that come in the back, and then one from each side that holds on the fan. A slight layer delam there. Well, if I turn it the other direction, then that puts the fat side going towards the back. Which may actually be the right way, like that, because looking in here, this opening is not straight across. It's kind of scalloped at this end, and that's the side that has the little lip there for the cutter on the hot end. So yeah, so the fatter, or the wider side of the fins would go towards the back. Okay. There's a groove along the back that should mate with the conch. Okay. And okay. Sounds good. We'll do that. Let me fix this little piece here, because it's not going to make a difference. So we'll need to put some heat sets in here. So 2 from the front, 2 from the side. Wow, I did not really think this through with the mess that I had over here, did I? How many builds do you have going on at one time? Yes. Apparently I had some Sour Patch Kids here for whatever reason. Sorry. 2 seconds while I straighten some things up. We'll grab our heat press, which is set with a M3 heat insert tool. We'll need a few of these. Once again, there's 2 in the front, and that's going to be for the 2010 fan. And then 2 in the side and 2 in the back. I'm just using my desk to make sure that it gets nice and flush on the back side or the front side. It also ensures that it's nice and straight at a 90-degree angle with the hole, so should not have an issue in trying to attach things. And thank you for sending me this link to this site. I appreciate it. Still a little bit proud, so we'll get a little bit more heat in there and press that down nice and flat. There we go. And one more. So there we go. 2 in the front that are going to be used for the fan. 1 on the rear of each side that'll be used for the side fans mounting, and then the 2 in the back that we're going to use for mounting the tool head itself. So there's 1 done. We'll need a few more of these to do the other one. Oh, multi-head Vaughn, okay. Gotta go to be dad again. I get it. We got to do some things like that occasionally. I will tell you that this particular build is one of those that is crazy and can get out of hand real fast because it's basically a bunch of mods and decision points. And what I've found over building so many of my printers is there's so many cool mods that you can do. And as you say, oh, I'm going to do, well, this mod, and well, lo and behold, that mod doesn't work with the other mod that you did. So now you've got to try and find a third mod that incorporates changes to make both of those, or make changes yourself. And I'm starting to get more and more into CAD and being able to go in and modify some files. So that part's at least becoming a little bit easier. But yeah. So this was, oh, let's pick the decision tree and see if this decision is going to bite me in the butt, like, 3-4 days or 4 weeks into the build when we got to do like cabling or something and go, crap, this isn't going to work. Now what do we do? Which, don't get me wrong, is also part of the fun part of doing mods as well. Just very few of them go seamlessly from point A to point B. Okay. Now there's a part of me that wants to reach in there and do more, but I'm not going to. Not, well, and by do more, I mean go grab the parts from the other one and do it as well, but. All right, install the hot end and the hot end mount using M3x8s. We, of course, are going to do something different. And just for giggles, if it's still here, you did that one and you provided this one. Is this one any different, or is it just... Nope, same thing. Okay, good. Let me, well, I won't save it just yet. So it wants us to mount our tool head and do so with M3x8s. Now, because we're doing a slightly different tool head for this, and we need to figure out our cable routing. So normally your cable routing goes up these rear channels between this and your back plate. So when we go to do this, there's no full cut through right here like I would almost expect, and that's probably to help keep this rigid. So our wires are going to have to pop out of that back groove some so that we can get this fitted in there. So we can get that fitted in there, and then we'll bring our wires around that side. We're going to do just like that. And do we know what size screws we use for mounting the conch? If not, I'll have to just assume an M3x10s would work. Hey Nick, 335. Yeah, typical Voron problems, exactly. The other typical Voron problem is I'm going through and I've only opened up one of the kit with all the screws, even though I'm going to be trying to build two of these side by side. So, once again, there's kind of a sloped edge. Come on, focus. Hey, focus. Yes. See how it has a sloped edge on the left? That's by design because your tool head also has that little cutout which makes for a sloped edge. So we'll line that up. We'll put in our screws. Which might be easier said than done. There we go. And then we'll use a 2.5. And actually, 10 should do it. 10's not going to do it. I'm going to need 12 because these are, I don't have enough length in 10 to get down in there. So the 10s won't work for this. We'll need some 12s. I don't know if we had 12s. You've been doing a bunch of little things in Fusion? Yeah. It's good. It helps to be able to look at things occasionally. All right, I do have some M3x12 machine screws. And don't worry if I'm having to use different screws because of the tool head that I'm using and I run out. Trust me, I've got plenty more where that came from. That should work. See, what I should have done is farm the Anthead build out to projects, because he's got plenty of experience building Antheads. Are you kidding me? Do I need 14s? I'm going to need 14s because the 12s just are not long enough either. So the heat press inserts go in from the back, and they're supposed to be flush with the back, which makes them, they don't come all the way to the front, or the front here, so you got to go all the way through the part. So that's where I'm sitting here like, let me do this. Nope, it didn't work. Let me try this. Nope, that didn't work. I've got some M3x16s, but I would much rather hold those for, oh, where'd you go? You did hit and stay up here, but where? Fine. Well, we'll find that one when we move things around later. There are 16s. I think 14 would probably do it. The thing is I don't want a lot of the screw hanging out the backside either, because that may run into problems down the road. So I want the shortest screw possible that will get me a secure hold on here without going through the back of the heat set insert. And honestly, 16 should do it. So we'll grab the 16s that we have here. Hey Liz, how's it going? Liz subscribing for 28 months in a row. A little over 2 years. Holy cow. That is crazy. We've been doing this for that long? Because you're one of the OGs on the channel, aren't you? Liz is an OG. Well, yeah, being able to fix or design something without having to rely on somebody else is always nice. But also, I know my limitations, and I am very much in the beginner stage of learning and applying my skills as far as design goes like that. Okay, so 14 leaves several threads left available. $16 is just coming proud. See if we can get the camera to pick that up. Just coming proud of the back. Should be good still. And our wires, like I said, are just going to come up and go right down in that groove and line up in our groove just like that. So we'll go ahead and do that for two, or for the other one as well, because why not build them both side by side? Makes it easier, you know, to make a mess. I'll get the other screw packs out. Don't think I'll need that one yet, because I probably will wind up having to dig into that eventually. So how are you doing tonight, Pez Liz? Hopefully doing well. Don't think I need the safety instructions. Oh yeah, there's some extra grease. We'll keep that. We'll throw that into the bin for when we have to. Oh no, that's not grease. That's a. Holy crap. Yeah, there's grease in there. And a very tiny little screw. Which, yes, I know that was not very visible, but it's all good. Spare heat sock, some spare grease, and some spare tiny screws. Go ahead and pull those out of the way. And we'll get this ready to go with some M3x16s. It's going, quote unquote, fat side of the heatsink back. Editing lots of video. Oh yeah. I at some point really need to start doing the YouTube-y thing. I've been cross-posting my videos and I'm getting some views and stuff like that. I've started to get monetized there. Now I just need to just start doing it. So Nick, this is not my first ant build. We did build Anthead for Zura's Micron build, but this is the first time using the conch hot ends in this layout. The last time I did this, what did we use? Seriously, what did we use in that one? Oh, it was the Revo PZ probe. That's what we used in the other one. Was the PZ probe for Zura's build on his Micron. So yeah. Hotel been heads down editing, or Ola been heads down editing. Yeah. You've done that a little bit before, though, haven't you, Liz? Like for MakerDeck and stuff, or actually any editing before? I guess MakerDeck is an always-on, constant live stream. You wouldn't be doing editing for that, but all right. Let me go ahead and unplug this for the time being, so I don't burn the crap out of myself. In 5 seconds, I'll need it back, but that's 5 seconds from now. Yeah, when you make something that helps, like I've made control boards for a couple of printers and stuff, or not control boards, but like housings for control boards for a couple of printers, and you know, it's worked out well for me, so I hand that stuff back out. Oh, apparently I've got 3 of these open now. Where's the other one at? Losing my mind. Oh, this must be the... Yeah, this is one of my bench stock ones. That over there. That was a bench stock one. These are 2 brand new ones. We don't want a previously used one in these builds, right? 25x10 going on with the M3x14 button head screws. If things go right, we'll have plenty of screws, definitely between the 2. So Jason always gives us extras. And we want to line this up so it kind of goes back one side or the other. So I'm going to kind of line this up so it's going to go back. I want to go down. Yeah, we go down and back up, if I remember right. Down, up, and around one side, hopefully. There we go. Again, M3x14, which will require a 2mm driver because it's a button head. There we go. The end result is all of your wires need to be coming up these two rear grooves so that your plate fits straight on the back there. Other fan and the other two screws are going to have to come out of here. Quite nice in a Stealthchanger build. You don't need to build it in the printer. True. Very, very true. Though I tell you, I get worried when I see M2x8 self-tapping flathead screws. It just makes me cringe a bit. Once again, a lot of this stuff also counts for the dock. So we will need some of these for the dock as well. Hey, Traxman, how's it going? Figured I'd catch you over here eventually. We are doing the normal, full-on printer project, muddling through. We pull up 8 different CADs and, a few other things, but we'll get there. So the decision points that we've made so far, Traxman, is Antheads using the Conch Plus hot ends. We are, Antheads, Conch Plus hot ends, 0.4 nozzles. 2 of them are going to have Orbiter 2.5s. 2 of them are going to have Galileo extruders. Why? Because, well, that's what Jason sent me. So, why not? Super busy with projects, holidays, and getting a couple of big printers printing. Yes. So, Thursday night, so let me pause from this real fast. So, Thursday night, I'm not going to be streaming because I will be down at Ecovate 3D, which is a local 3D printing store in Raleigh, North Carolina. One of the other content creators in the area is doing a content creator kind of meetup or after hours meetup thing. I think 1 or 2 of them might be streaming from the store that night. And while I'm there, my plan is to take down the things necessary to drill holes into the Optimus P1 enclosure so that brain fart, so that we can mount the umbilical cable chain to the back of the printer and then cut a 1-inch hole in the side that I can put a rubber grommet in and run all the umbilical wires and the PTFE tube out the printer. So the Optimus P1 is a 600 by 600 by 1 meter print volume printer. And we've put a tube on it in the form of the Blue Storm Terra tool head. So it's got an LGX Pro and a tube. So we're yeeting a lot of the cables from the tool head, and we're just going to have a USB cable for the beacon and the CAN bus cable going to the Orange Storm Giga tool head. And we'll get that routed through there. I did realize as I was fitting some stuff up a few days ago that I'm going to have to print a piece to trigger the Y end stop. Otherwise, it will be centerless homing by ramming the rear of the LGX motor into the solid frame of the enclosure, which I don't want to do. I think repeated crashing of that motor up against a steel frame is not going to be a good thing all the way around. So, hey, look, we're going to put in some more heat set inserts. I knew it. As soon as I put this down, I'd have to bring it back up here again. That goes there. We're going to put these back for now. Like I said, we got plenty of stuff in here. So, Traxman, good that you're here. Let me throw out the rest. Yeah, throw out the rest of the thought process here. We're going to have, what are we going to do? We're going to use the LDO all-wheel drive kit. So we'll install the LDO all-wheel drive kit. We're also going to swap out and go with, we're going to swap out the Z motors and go with Galileo 2 Z XLs on all four corners. So we're going to go to Galileo Z XLs on the four corners. We're going to go all-wheel drive, hence why we're going to do the XLs. It's a 300 size printer. It's this one right here. That's why we're doing pink and purple. It is Sparta Sparkle Fluorescent Pink and whatchamacallit, purple. Whatchamacallit, yeah. Sparta Fluorescent Pink and Polymaker Purple ASA. Here, let me do this. So there's our color combination. And we're using this color combination because I won the original PIF parts. This is my first big Voron build. And I won the PIF parts for these in these colors at the first Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. So that's why this is staying pink and purple, and we're just continuing to build on that legacy. I really hate doing these little wings. And I just cracked that one. Awesome. I should have been doing the thing right here, just doing this instead of trying to do that. Great, 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 great. We'll fix that. Nothing a little bit of acetone welding won't handle. That, and I'm probably going to take these apart anyhow and rebuild them just because I'm going to need to do the lights in them. And the lights that come in the LDO kit are pre-made for stealth burners, not Antheads. So we're going to have to change the lights up some. Should be able to reuse them. We're just going to have to, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What do you think about that selection of parts, Traxman? And I have no idea why my cameras both just decide to do that. That's weird. Stop it. Which way are you going? Go that way? Nobody wants to see me like that. Now you can see what I'm doing. There we go. Hey, Captain Kern, how's it going? Yeah, the YouTube money front is not really there. That's why I do the live stream stuff, because I've seen too many people that are conversing about, you know, making money on YouTube. And I'm just like, if I make money, great. If I don't, well, I'm with a large number of people that aren't making money on YouTube. And for those of you that know, what I'm doing is I'm freehanding these in as far as I can, and then I use a flat surface to ensure that they are nice and flat with the top of the printed part. And that way helps prevent me from stripping screws out when I go to install the screw piece. Yeah. Need to put some super glue or something on that edge. So yeah, the Galileo Z XLs on the four corners, which is going to help offset the weight increase from running the CNC all-wheel drive. And then we'll run CNC all-wheel drive, the 4Z motors. Of course, all the tool heads will be running off tool head boards. I do have we are going to swap out, I think it's got an octopus and a pie in it right now. We're going to swap it out for a Leviathan with an extension board. And that will give us the opportunity of, I mean, we have the opportunity with an octopus too, but it'll give us the opportunity to maybe run some of those motors at a different voltage if we wanted to. We are going to have to do something with the power supply because we're adding motors and we're adding the number of heaters and tool heads. So we are going to have to go with some additional power. I'll have to use the calculator to figure out how much additional power, but we'll get that figured out as well. Oh yeah, that's basically where I'm at, Projects and Dags Garage, is as long as I continue to be able to do the things I enjoy, which is doing this content, it's great. Any money I make from streaming is, you know, decent money for me. Okay, we'll need to slide in our little front piece here into these, our little grill. And if I remember right, this is a kind of a tight fit. And what was the easiest way I found to do this? Was it get in on one side, then you basically just push it down until it clicks. Yeah. That would be I just put that in the wrong direction? I did. That would be why it's going. Yeah, the other way. There we go. See? You figured it out for me. You figured it out for me. The senile old dragon that just put his thing in the wrong way. Wow, and that just did not sound right. Goes in so much easier when you put it in the right orientation. You haven't used a conch hunting yet, so that will be interesting. Hopefully there's... The conchs are really good. I really, really like the conchs. In fact, my X1Cs are running them. They've been running them since the beta. So apparently I clicked on the image and went to the image. I know I don't have to assemble these with the lights, but yeah. Who wants to sit down and try and watch an old guy with bad eyes try and cut and resolder lights? I say that and then I think to myself, do I have the jig for the right length for the lights? And actually I'm looking at these and I don't even have the bottom things for the lights. So that's going to be an easy answer of I can't do it. So I'll continue to build and then we'll unbuild and rebuild off stream. Install the logo light shield and diffuser. So we do have the numbered diffusers and shields. So here's the 3. Do the 2. And let me guess, the 2 goes in the 2, and then the 3 goes into the 3. Two into the 2, 3 into 3. I mean, like I said, I was making fun of them, but I mean, I can go ahead and assemble these and then come back and disassemble them. I know somebody that did that several times. Install the lower LED carrier, which I don't have, so I'll have to do that. Route your wires up and then put the other piece in, route the wires out. Secure hot end assembly to the Stealthchanger backplate. So on said backplate, I was trying to look at this. So we've got pins, magnet in the middle, flathead screws there. So we had not tried to set up our pins yet on here, Traxman. I figured I would sit down and try and do all of these at the same time. And I was starting to get a tiny bit confused. So it talks about, go back here to the manual. One screw from the back. LED diffusers. Did I not print that piece? I'm not seeing this piece here. The spacer. Oh, as far as our backplate carriage pieces and marrying them up to the LDO shuttle. When I was reading this in the Draft Shift Design assembly manual here, it started talking about press the bush. Where are we at? Yeah, the shuttle and backplates. Insert pins in your best backplate, straightest, which is this. Press bushings in the shuttle. They're already there. Inset 2 M3x8 socket head cap screws in the top 2 pins to secure. Like, talk to me, Goose, about where I'm shoving those screws. Is that just putting them in at the top to make sure that the pins don't come out? And where the heck are the pins? The pins are in the other. Okay, there's that spacer that I must have missed. Oh, hey, I've got all the magnets and stuff as if I was printing a shuttle. That's awesome. We're going to have extra pins and everything to use. Okay, we've got 412 M3 and 413 M3. And the cab was saying 412 for the 3 pins here. Okay, so the screws just secure the pin and keep the pin from squirming out, right? Or pushing up. Oh, I see. So your pin is, there we go. Okay, that makes sense now. The light has come on. Okay, so 2 M3x8s coming in from the top. M3x8 socket heads and an M3x6 or 8 button head from the bottom. Now it makes sense. And these are going into hexagonal holes. 6. Yeah, 6 is hex. And that was fairly snug, so and you'll want to glue the pins in as a last step. So with the hexagonal holes, that actually makes it pretty snug already. Gotcha. Now, is that something that we would want to put some Loctite on eventually or not? Or are we going to care because we're going to super glue these pins in anyhow, so it probably wouldn't matter, right? And then this one comes in from this side. And we need a button head. And 3x6. And like I said, for now I'm just pulling out of one set. I'll combine everything here a little bit later anyhow. So, and for this one, that one's just going to be lightly anyhow because, well, I don't have a ball head driver and I don't want to strip that. So there we go. So we've got the two pins down here with M3x8 socket heads at the top and the pin down there with the button head at the top. And we want to make sure that these all line up. Wow. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, that's working good already. Now, if everything feels smooth, pop the bushings out and glue the bushings in place. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm pretty sure that they're either epoxied in already or, yeah. Preload removes all the wiggle. To set your preload, you want to back the FSC screws until they're just touching the magnets. So once again, we're going to look at the Fusion. Our flat screws here are M3x6 flatheads. M3x6 flatheads. And these are screwing into plastic down here and going in at an angle. So you got to be careful and sort of on point here. You want to make sure that you're going straight into the part. And I believe we're going right to flush to start with, right? Or thereabouts. And then that's what the paper method will be, is to set that quote unquote preload tension just right. And you're going into plastic, so be careful and don't just go for full Monty right off the bat. Go slow, take your time. Your two lower flatheads there are going to line up with the magnets. And there's a, not sure if it'll come out on the screen, but there is the tiniest little gap there. Oh no. Yeah, I'll pull those out just a partial turn. And then there's another magnet that gets put up here as well. There you go. See how that went? We just get our bushings lined up. And it pulls down on there. That's kind of what we want, right? White Traxman? And I don't even have the third magnet in. This is just the two screws on the lower magnets here. We'll have a magnet here, and we're going to put another magnet right there, and that's going to tighten everything up fully. And that is a M3x6 magnet. M3x6. What do we got? 5x2, 6x3. Not that I don't have plenty of those sitting down here on the front edge of my workbench, but I do want to make sure and use the ones that came with the kit, because they're going to be the ones that are the nicest. Okay, so I put that one there. So it kind of lines up and centers. I'll line the pins up. And slowly, so our magnets, added right there. I'm going to line my pins up and let that kind of start self-aligning. And then I'm going to slowly push this in and let that magnet seat in the plastic part. So now, if I lift up, one, it's going to be fairly, dang, that was a pretty dang good hold. But now, that's in the right spot, it's at the right depth, and it's in the right orientation. That would really, really suck if you put it in the wrong orientation, and it repels instead of pushes in. But now, I mean, that is not coming off. Let me grab the carriage. So, you drop a tad of super glue in there, but that's you, yeah. Yeah, could have, but it's a pretty good press fit. That was a pretty good press fit. So I'm going to say that that is a pretty good back plate right there. So now we need to do the other side. Like I said, I'm eventually just going to take all of these and put them, match them up to have just one set, and I'll do that across all four of them. Oh wait, the pins were in the other side, weren't they? Pins were in the other bag, because we're going to need the pins to do the other side, or the other, one of the other backing plates. So, can I assume that I don't need the 13mm pins at all? That they would just be used depending on which tool head you were using. Like you would select the 13 or the 12 depending on which length of tool head most likely, because you'd probably use the 13 on a like a high flow or an ultra high flow side. Yeah, gluing would be for the printed shuttle. You put them on before. Luckily, the little slot in the back of the plate, you can get a small flathead in there and just push them back out. Like I said, it calls for 12, and there's both 12 and 13 millimeter pins in here. So it's the OptiTap. So we'll need these. All right, fingers work well with me. Two, three, and 3x8s. Oh, you tried just using the 13s the first time and they worked, so there you go. Come on, fingers. Okay, so those are there. We'll need the flathead screws. And I don't, oh, hey, Down Under Maker, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. We are working on building some tool heads for the Stealthchanger. My focus tonight was going to be on doing the two with the orbiters, and then I'll come back and do the two with the the Galileo 2 hot ends. But we also will be doing the all-wheel drive CNC Gantry kit, as well as that's the Galileo 2 XL lowers, Z motors. There we go. Okay, so that one, those are tight. So the other pens were good. Lineup of these is really tight. So the first one was super lucky. They went in just nice, smooth. This one, little bit rougher. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that's catching, and I'm not seeing anything that's catching. So This is the first one that we did, right? I'm just going to line that up. Actually, yeah, there we go. So we'll just line that up on the pegs, and you can see it just slides right down on there real fast because of the magnets, right? Hey Pete, how's it going? This one, I get it lined up, and it's a tight fit. So I'm not sure if just working it will, actually seems to be. All right, maybe just working it a little bit. Pins line up. See, it doesn't pull it down all the way. There's gap there in those pins. It's not pulling it down all the way. So let me loosen the pins. Well, I think they were all printed like this. Same orientation for all of them. So So the top pins have very little wiggle to them. The bottom one has some wiggle to it. So this one's going to have to get worked on a little bit. I'm not seeing any warpage. I did see that there's a trick where you can take it and set it in a hot chamber basically and let it basically heat up and kind of reseat itself basically. All right, so maybe I'm going to go ahead and do all 4 of these. So let me grab the pins out of the other 2 boxes. I'll do all 4 of them, check them out and see if we have any issues with any of them or any of the others. Four by 12. And if it winds up just being a, we'll say a pin issue, which could be where just one of the pins is slightly oversized or something like that, there are extra pins. So there is the possibility that we could dig through, and I think between all of them we'll have at least 4 extra pins, because you get one extra pin per kit. So that will give me one full set of options where we can go through and be like, oh, well, let's set it up this way versus that way. If it's a pin tolerance issue, is kind of where I was going at. Yeah, good is what we call a heat treat, where you essentially, yeah, yep. And interestingly enough, I've got a printer sitting right over there printing parts for the Z-axis, which is sitting, with 110 bed. Or I can leverage one of the other printers since I have a plethora of them. Yeah, that one these three seem to get tight as well up at the top end of it. Not as bad as that one did. But they're close. Okay, M3x8s for the top. And M3x6 is at the bottom. Nearly at the end of your box turtle build. That is a wonderful place to be. I love my box turtles, and I'm going to be rebuilding several of mine to bring them up to the final spec, because a lot of them were built during the beta, and they just need to be brought up to final spec. So the 2.4 is getting the whatchamacallit, the Stealthchanger, and then the Trident behind me is going to get an all-wheel drive, a Jabberwocky, and an enclosed box turtle upgrade. So yeah, we'll be doing upgrades on several of these printers. And I also have a few other projects in the works as well. So the one went really well, and then the other three are kind of a little iffy. But it's at the topmost edge where they all get iffier. So I get that lined up, and it's that last millimeter basically where it's not pulling down. That one's a little bit more, but this one also doesn't have the flathead screws in it. So I think the flathead screws will pull it down some. Didn't even think about grabbing those out, because there are only 2 of those. feel almost like I want to make this a quasi screw sorting stream where I just take all of these and dump them into one big set. Push the pin out some, then use the screw to draw the pin back into the hole. Yeah, that's true too. That's what I was going to try and do as well, was something along that lines. Yeah, I so need to try and put all of these together so I'm not running or different sets of screw packs, because that's going to get unwieldy quickly. Or I'm going to drop the screw like I just did. Dang it. It was a M2x8 self-tapper, no less. Like these smallest, tiniest screws that we got here, yeah, that's the best one to drop on the ground. Rolling T-nuts, rolling T-nuts. Assuming rolling T-nuts will be for the docking portion. Because once again, these kits are for the tool head and the docking portion. I get the, yeah, did that one. And like I said, I'm just trying to put all these into one common pile to make my life a little bit easier down the road. And it kills a little bit of time because I'm trying to make the decision of whether or not I'm going to put lights in these or not. Because I'm the type of guy that if I don't put lights in them and the thing's working, lights aren't going in them. And the question is do I try and cut these up? And it all depends, like if these two lengths are correct or close enough, then I will snip this down and make it fit. If not, then I don't know. Because it looks too long. It's not big enough for a stealth burner, but it's also not short enough for this particular hot end. So I don't know what hot end that was designed for. But it not be this one. Alrighty, that. I'm just going to throw all these in there. 3x40s. Like I said, sorry we're doing an impromptu screen sorting or screw sorting stream. My brain went onto this and it won't let it go just yet. So we're going to ride this for a little bit. Here's the 50s. Where's the 40s? That should be the 40s. Hey, whoa, how's it going? Yes, I went with the Antheads. I know that you have an affinity against Antheads. but these are not going to have cutters on them. Because we're doing a tool changer, there will be no cutters, which should make life easier. That's the 40s. I think that was all 4 sets of them. Looks like it. There's 3 sets of 50s. Was there a 50 in here? Or did I pull that one out already? I think I pulled that one out of that stack. And probably of that stack. Kind of looks like it. So it'd be in this stack that I need the 50s. You don't hate them, they just hate you. Yeah. The biggest issue I had on Zura's was just trying to get the fans to clip in right. But outside of that, they're pretty compact. The Dragon Burner, I've printed parts for Dragon Burner multiple times and never installed it. And I installed one on the Riff with the Tube Compact. And yeah, I really like the Dragon Burner. Especially when in the middle of the show I had to take it apart numerous times. It was kind of made easier because of it. 30s. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good, Whoa. Yeah, it is nice having a nozzle light. They're definitely not a requirement, and most of my printers I haven't done lights on. If anything, I'll do a chamber light, and hey, that chamber has lights in it. So, you know, having a nozzle light isn't that bad, or isn't necessary. You know, it's not necessary, but it is a nice to have, and I get that. All right, so 30, 40, 50s. Hey, there's some 25s. There's 25 there. 25s. 20s. Damn it. Or darn it. Let's grab the 25, 25, 25. All right, seriously, am I missing? All right, hell with it. Oh, I may have already, no, did I use any? No, I haven't used 25s yet. I don't know. I'll find them and we'll add them later. Sorry about this. Yeah, we're doing a screw sorting stream, sort of. We're doing a screw consolidation stream right now because as I'm going through here, I'm we'll say robbing Peter to pay Paul type of thing, where I'm pulling from 4 different sets because I'm building multiple tool heads at the same time. So here's the 30, 40, 50, 25s. I see a 20, 20, 20. Here's the 25 that I was looking for. So here's the third, or the fourth 20. Here's 25s. But yeah, we're building Antheads for our tool heads for the stealth burner. And the plan was to try and get as many of the sub-assemblies, meaning we'll build all 4 tool heads, and then we'll go through and build the docks and get the dock ready to go. We've got the stuff sitting over here for the buffer system, and we're going to put a Clicky-Clack door on this as well. And then what else? I'm going to do the top and the bottom rail on the buffer. And like I said, Clicky-Clack door, Galileo 2 ZXLs. We're gonna rebrain it and go to an LDO Leviathan with expansion board. So this is kind of just taken off. This is basically turning into like what we did with the 0G, where we went from, oh well, that would be nice, to, well, we might as well just go with a whole new printer at this point, which is exactly what we wound up doing. That was just a full printer build from scratch by the time we were done with it. 8. We're doing 16s. Sixteens. And yeah, so projects. You said your kiddo's going to be monitoring chat for you during your marathon Ender 3 NG build on the 22nd of November, correct? So Projects in Dad's Garage is going to be doing a marathon stream on the 22nd, I believe it is, of November. So be on the lookout. All right, M3x12 and 3x12. M3 by 12. Hey RJ Repo Man, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We're over here, we're starting to work on the tool heads, and this is probably something that I should have done off the stream because I know myself. I should have done one of two things. Either A, take all of these fasteners and do what I'm doing now, which is I've got 4 different tool heads, so I've got 4 different sets of fasteners that are all the same. So I'm just consolidating them down and reducing the overall number of little baggies that I have to sort through. And in the process, I'm at least going to line them up in size order, front to back, by M3 or yeah, we'll have like M3 or M5. I don't really care about button head versus socket head. 14 is what I'm looking for. Oh, I've already used the M3x14s on that package. So yeah, we're just going to roll through these and get them combined to make life easier. Or at least it'll make my mind feel like it's easier. We'll go with that. Until I do like what I'm doing right now, going, I'm missing a set somewhere. Oh, don't care. We'll combine these. Oh, wait. These were used for the fans, so I've got 2 of them already used. So you've been looking like at an Aerolite 103 today. Nice. So I've been building a Vans RV12, and I think I'm finally to the point of coming to the realization with myself that it's not going to be finished by me. Right? It's not going to get done by me. So I'm going to see if I can't find a new home for it and repurpose that that monetary expenditure for some other things here in the near future. Those are 8s. Socket head. What are we doing? We're looking for M3x10. Eight sockets. Like I said, if I come across them again, I will come across them again. And 3x10, that's what I was looking for. But yeah, I was building a Vans RV12. I'm assuming your Aerolite 103 is a is that a open frame? Like, I'm going to say open frame wing where it only has the cloth on the top half of it, or... Oh, that was great, Luke. Awesome. We just mixed some 8s with 10s. That was brilliant. Luckily, the 8s were button heads, so that'll make it easier to pull them out. But yeah, so I've been building a Vans RV12, and like I said, I'm pretty sure that project's going to find a new home. We're going to get an RV10. Three by 10. Eight socket heads. Three by 8 button heads. ready to put down for a 10 when you got sick, was starting to get your private pilot's license the week after I got the news, had to put it all down. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was out at Oshkosh. God, that was a couple of years ago that I was out at Oshkosh. I actually helped put some of the stuff, or put together the 1 week wonder of the RV12 1 week wonder project. 3x6 flatheads, 3x6 button heads. What am I missing? M3x8 button heads, that's the last one. Yeah, that was crazy too. I didn't expect Oshkosh to be that hot, but yes, Oshkosh is that freaking hot. Even it's what, end of January going into, or January, end of July going into August is when Oshkosh happens, because it just finished up not too long ago. And God, was it hot. It was cold at night and hot in the, like, ungodly hot in the day. Of course, you're in a wide open area. It is the busiest airport in the United States for that 1 week. So many takeoff and landings. And I've never been in Sun and Fun, so if I was there, it would have been at Oshkosh. All right, that stuff's done, that stuff's done. We'll do all the heat sets together. We're getting close to done here as far as getting everything combined. Let's see. Oh, I feel like there's a heat set bag missing. Okay. 2x6 self-tappers. Tiny, tiny, tiny little suckers. Like, why? Why? 2x8s are bad enough. What are we doing with 2x6s? A layer shift along X. So a layer shift on X, and once again, are you talking about shifting left to right, or is the shift front to back? Self-tapping 2x8. Flatheads. That's interesting. Okay, so it shifted left to right. I guess I should also ask, is this a Core XY or a bed slinger? Because shifting left, if it shifted left to right, it could be dragging a nozzle or hitting something. Was there a blob anywhere? Y is the build place, X is the shuttle, Z is the gantry. Yep, it shifted along the X. Got you. It's a bed slinger, shifted on X. It's almost, I would say, probably on a bed slinger there, that you've probably hit something. It could be, brain fart here. It could be where you caught some infill and it knocked it to the side, which is most likely where it happened if you're not seeing a external perturbance on the, like a blob or something on the outer edge. It's most likely like an anchor of infill where you caught a blob and knocked it off. The other thing, because it's a bed slinger, is I would also say look at that specific height on your Z and see if there's anything that could have caught. As a bed slinger, you're going to be looking for your cable chain, your umbilical, anything that could have caught there. It could have been a cable, exactly. If you don't see a blob anywhere on either the face of the print or, I mean, normally if you're blobbing up in your infill, it would have happened pretty fast. So chances are it is most likely an issue with oh jeez. Sorry there. It could have been a cable that's caught. And I have chased something like that in the past. And you just have to be there watching it when it happens or have a camera on it and try and, I mean, hopefully if you got a time lapse, you can look back at the time lapse and try and pinpoint when it caught and did its little thing. M3 by 2.4. That seems like a weird size. I guess it's just the M3 would be the threads, 2.4 would be the thickness, I guess. There we go. Sorry you're in ads? Oh, yeah, not a problem. All right, now that you're back from ads, we solved your problem. You just didn't hear it, so, you know, sorry. No, I've had that similar type thing happen, and I had to go through and just keep digging and looking and trying to figure out what it was. And it was where a cable was catching and I just didn't see it. It could have caught on the print itself. It could have caught, you know, on a part of the printer, depending on where the part was at. It's one of those things where you almost, hopefully, like if you had a time-lapse camera on, you can look at the time-lapse. If not, just try and set your motion system as close as possible to where the event occurred. And then just go through and look at all the motion at that height. It could literally be that. So what kind of printer is it, I should say? I know it's a bed slinger, but what make and model? Oh, if the cable's dragging across the print, that's almost 95%. That's your issue right there. Okay, now see, we don't have the plethora of mess up here. We do have, you know, the, oh my God, the magnets that are super crazy strong. And we're going to need the 6x3s. We got the 6x3s or the 6x3 120C 2.5. Oh, those are the, see, I think some of these we don't use because these are the tiny countersunk magnets. And I don't think we use these because we've already got them in the shuttle. But those 6x3 we'll need a couple out of to try and get these other shuttles going. Okay, fair enough. We need to get our flatheads into the other two, and then we're going to need to figure it out. I may have just gotten really lucky on that one, but I am going to follow your guidance there, Traxman, and I'm going to loosen the pins and basically kind of push them forward some and let them reseat. Or, yeah, loosen the screws, push the pin out of the hole some using the screw, and then we'll pull it back in. We'll draw the pin back in using the screw. And that should potentially straighten up at least the top ones. All right, it's 2.5. So, once again, all I'm going to do is loosen this screw some. And then looking at there, you'll see it'll push out some so I'm just going to loosen the screw, push it forward so that it's pushed out, and then I'll tighten it back up, and that should hopefully help align that pin a little bit better. I didn't fully pull it off the thread. All right, there we go. Now we'll take a look at this one and see if it helped line things up some. No, still a little tight. So I'm wondering now if it may be the bottom one. Oh, the bottom one here that doesn't have a screw in it yet. That one doesn't have a screw in it yet. Actually, what I'm going to do is now that I've pushed those out, let me set it down on there. See if we can't use that to kind of self-align the pins when we tighten them back up. All right, that one feels like that pin may be a tiny bit too far and not actually. There we go. So that should have lined up our top two pins. Still not going down there all the way. So let's try and do the same thing on the lower pin, where we'll screw that out some. All right, I really need to, let me go grab my ball end driver for that before I strip that screw out. 2mm ball end driver. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Needed to get a ball end driver to make sure I don't screw up the head of that screw any. Okay. Get everything lined up. So still not seating as freely as I would like. Definitely not as freely as the first one. Let's see if the addition of a magnet will help anything. All right, so 1, magnets definitely hold it. 2, It's seating fully now with all 3 magnets engaging. So I think we're good there. And once again, what we're doing is we're loosening these up and then using the loosen them up and then use the sled itself to get everything aligned. Between all of the pins. Yeah, I would zip tie it to try and keep that off of the, you want to try and keep that cable from dragging on the print because that is going to cause you issues. Because chances are what happened is that cable caught an edge and caused it to kind of skip, which is where your layer shift came from. You definitely don't want, you don't want your, God, words on stream sometimes. You don't want your cable dragging down into the print. That's just going to lead to too many bad things happening. All right, so we're getting that close. Yep. So there's 3, and I do want to come in and make sure that this is fully tightened. Yep. Not over tightened. We don't want to cause it to misalign on its own, but we do want it to stay in alignment and also not to have a screw come loose in the middle of it. Hey Zombie, how's it going? Welcome on in. The answer is always more zip ties. Exactly. Always more zip ties. So you missed it, Zombie. We did a little screw sorting, kind of. It wasn't really sorting. We were combining. So since I'm doing 4 tool heads, we just combined all of the screws for all 4 kits into one set and kind of put them in size order to hopefully make life easier as I start putting more of these together. I'm trying to get all 4 of the back plates set up and working well. We had the first one, everything aligned, and it was just silky smooth from the word go. The other 3, they've needed some assistance, and part of that assistance is making sure that we have all of the pins in loosely, getting our magnet set. So I made sure the magnet polarity was correct by slapping it on top there. Then with all of my pins not fully inserted and semi-loose, I line everything up on the bushings. We'll slide that magnet in. We'll come in here and tighten our pins down. And just like that, everything's moving nice and fully seating. Everything's nice. Tighten this lower one down in there just to seat it. And we've got 4 back plates that are seating all the way around. Nice. Alrighty, where are we at? Don't ask me why I'm putting that stuff up. So we've got 4 sleds. Let's come back over to the instructions. Just once. There we go. Instructions are showing up there. So the shuttles are assembled. I need to print these, and I got to wait until the print's done that's using that filament. So I'm kind of stuck on building these the rest of the way because I need the spacer standoff. And this shows the hot end and stuff coming out the side, where I was going to be running mine straight up the backside there through one of the channels. So we'd have that going through one channel, the fan going through the other when we put that in. I can just pull that down and run it around the side, because what we're looking at here is basically doing like that, and it was showing running these up around the side through that little cutout gap was allowing your hot end wires to come out. Now, I don't know why we couldn't run them up the top. Is TraxMan or anybody in here that would tell me why we want to do that versus something else? And I don't have the lights done. I'm going to have to basically go through and redo the lights. Not redo. Yeah, I'm going to have to either redo the lights or do my own lights, because the words on stream today, I swear. The lights that are here do not appear like they have the proper spacing for the Antheads, which is weird because the LDO kit sounds just like the bedroom. Oof. Yeah. Do you know the heat gun trick? Well, I don't know. I know several heat gun tricks. Which heat gun trick would you talk about? Are you talking about heat treating? Hey, Spidey. You finally brought me up in the garage as you work on Master Chief, eh? Awesome. So nowhere has it told me to install the OptoTaps yet. Install the body, assemble fan ducts, attach fan ducts, install the extruder. PCB mount, standoffs, blah, blah, blah. Electronics. Hey, there we go. We finally install an OptoTap there. Sweet. Okay, so we're going to hold, I'm going to continue to prep parts, but I don't want to, I'm going to have to print parts for the lights if I decide to do the lights, or at the very minimum, I'm going to do, at the very minimum, I'm going to do the tool head lights up here so that we can get a light on which, you know what, that could be the easy way. Just cut the two lower ones off and just do the top one, or I'll just solder up the top ones off screen, and we just won't have a quote-unquote tool headlight, but I'll still need to do that before we start assembling too much here. So in this case, there's a 3-wire fan coming up from the back, and it shows your hot-end wires coming out the side. I just think if I try and run those around the side, these wires aren't that long to begin with, and if I don't run them down through the gap here, they're not making it without extending dramatically. So I think I'm going to leave those run that way. Shows installing this onto the rear. I still need the spacer though. Damn it, see? Keep wanting to do it. I'm like, oh, I can do that, but I don't have the spacer in place. We need the spacer to get the right offset so we don't impede the PTFE tube. While we're at it, and I probably should have done this ahead of time, does PTFE tube fit? Yes, the PTFE tube fits right down in there real easily, which is nice. Does the PTFE tube fit through here? Yes, it does. I have had a couple of times where these were not very easy to put PTFE tube through. So we're good there, we're good there. There's 2 of our lower tool heads. All 4 of our sleds are done. You know what, at this point I should almost, I'm just going to put the fans in, and shall we bring, we've got all 4 sleds done. We've got 2 and 3 done, which are going to be our orbiters. All the fans are going to be the same. Let's just build the other 2 tool heads is kind of where I'm at. It's 9 o'clock. We've got time, right? I need this and this. I already got all of that stuff. We've used all the pens. That stuff won't be needed for the moment. What I need is the printed parts. We're doing Anthead. We're doing Antheads. And parts are printing right now for the Galileo 2 ZXLs. God, that was a mouthful. So we're going to have 2 orbiters and 2 Galileos. Here's the Galileo parts. Might have to reprint that one. Those there. Those 2 there. We're going to use those 2. These 2 will be over there. That's garbage. All right, the 1 and the 0. Okay, yeah, sounds good. So I'm just trying to make sure that my parts here are clean so I can insert my diffusers. So I've got the numbered diffusers. So that was a 0, this is going to be the 1, just making sure I don't have any blob from one of the ends. The biggest issue I find with your diffusers is just a tiny little blob where it does the wipe at the end will cause problems fitting it into the blackout piece. So there's those two. These two pieces go down there. That. We're going to need to do some heat sets, so we'll move that stuff out of the way so we can get our heat press back up here. We'll scroll back and we'll do the other two. Get them prepped and ready. Now, does anybody know, does the Orbiter and Galileo, do they use the same mounting pattern? Guess I didn't even look at that. Ooh, they do. So I can literally make the Orbiter 0 and 1 or the Galileo 0 and 1. It doesn't matter. We didn't do the nozzle LEDs. And the more I think about it, the more I think I'm not going to do the nozzle LEDs. I might just do the top LED, and we'll just cut the bottom ones off. So we're going to need 4 heat set inserts for each one of these. Hey, stay creeping. How's it going? Just getting a bunch of these out because I know I've got to put a bunch over here as well. And we use more than just the standard 4. It shows 2 in the front and 2 on the side, but we need 2 in the back as well for mounting our Conch Plus hot ends. I'm going to do my best to install these without burning the crap out of myself, because I do tend to do that occasionally. When I'm doing, oh, let me put, inserts on 4 sides of a print. See if I don't grab hold of an insert at one point. So yeah, I decided to do Antheads. They're not having filament cutters, so we shouldn't have any issues with PTFE tubes or path. They're going to go all the way through from extruder to hot end. The Conch Plus, as you know, Zombie is a very, very solid hot end option. Has great flow characteristics, and I will tell you that my 2 beta units, I did clog both of them trying to print some, I was going to say Clicky-Clack, not Clicky-Clack, Capricorn filament, and I just pulled them and swapped them back to the originals and kept printing without the Capricorn. But when I went to work on the clogs, I literally heated up the cold side fins, and the filament expanded out of the top of the tool head. I was able to grab it with pliers and pull it right out, and it pulled out cleanly because of the end-coated throat and heat break, which is fairly slippery and abrasion resistant. So it was able to pull out, and then I just heated up the rest of the way and did a plastic plunger or no clogger down it, and it was fully clear. So one of them's already back in. The other one's going to go back in when I'm done printing this next set of parts, meaning the full helmet set that I'm getting ready to do for an order. Nope, no spilled coffee, because I have a mug. And thank you, Liz. Like I said, the color selection here with the Sparta 3D Sparkle Fluorescent Pink and the Polymaker ASA Purple, this was the base colors for the printer, which once again is... Oh man, that camera did it too? Hold on a second. My camera has decided to... I know what it was. I was talking about an individual on the stream or in the chat, and it felt like I was giving it a command. But we're doing Fade Dragon right here. Is the one that's going to get converted to the Stealthchanger. We're going to do a standard 4-tool head, because this is a 300 size. We're going to do a 4-tool head with the Antheads running the conch plus hot ends, 0.4. Two of them will have Orbiter 2.5s. The other two will have Galileo 2 extruders. Okay. When we go to do this, we're going to replace the gantry with the LDO all-wheel drive for the 2.4 gantry, and I've got a set of either superpower or Kraken motors that I will put in this one. And then the two AB motors that I take out of here will go over here to make the set of 4 when I do the all-wheel or the all-wheel drive gantry over here. Because we're adding additional weight to the gantry with the additional motors, and this is a flying gantry, we're going to replace all 4 Z-axes with the Galileo 2 Z XLs. The difference is the standard Galileo 2Z uses a NEMA 14 pancake motor that we're used to with extruders. This one's going to use a standard NEMA 17. I don't think it needs to be a pancake. I'll double check. If it needs to be, I'll have to get additional motors. I don't know. The motors would come with it, right? Anyhow, regardless, I've got those downstairs. We're going to use both the top and the bottom rail for the modular docking system, which means we're going to need to do the door buffer. I've got all the parts printed out down here for the door buffer, and we're going to replace the split door with a Clicky-Clack at the same time. So yeah, Anthead, all-wheel drive, Z motors, and while this has, I believe this has got a Octopus with a Raspberry Pi, it's going to get swapped out to an LDO Leviathan with the expansion board, so it can run the all-wheel drive, 4 and 4, 8 motors. Yeah, so that's the plan of one upgrade turns into 80, because that's how we roll here. All right. Don't know what's going on at Bragg, but the choppers just went by. Don't know if you guys heard that or not. All right. Thanks for the alert, Zombie. Yes, I did read your messages about the, and I had read that in the instructions about doing the heat treatment. He was talking about using a heat gun, but the instructions actually call for putting it on a heated bed and warming it up, reseating everything, and then putting it back together, setting it aside, and basically letting everything heat itself or cool itself into place. But I think we're there now that we added since we loosened and pushed the pins out, put it on the carriage, and let that help self-align the pins as we tighten them back in. And between that and having all the magnets in play, everything seems to be lining up and working smoothly. All right, so this is number 5. There's 2 more that we have to put in. And they're the pains because you have to go in, you have to go in at an angle because you can't come straight on without melting the sides of these. So these 2 are the fun ones to put in. Going at an angle, get them close, and then use a flat metal object to push it in and make sure that they are flush with the printed part and not sitting up or proud at one edge or the other. All right, so there's another one. We need to do these. I guess I'll go ahead and do the hard ones first and then burn my hands on them as I do everything else. And I'll do the sides first. Why not? I am assuming that Zombie is getting ready for his stream right now. Hey, Mad Scientist Slack. Feature creep. I would be bored. You know what? Like I said, the 0G turned from we're just going to take everything and move it into the new frame to I don't like the black rails on the gray frame, so we bought all new rails. And then, what's his name? Turtle Crawler sent me the files for the all-metal gantry, which then led to me saying, oh, well, there's a 9mm version of that, so let me do the 9mm version. Oh, wait, that means I have to redo my tool head, which was built with 6mm belts. Which then led to me also incorporating a unreleased hot end. So that made life a little bit fun. Then as I was getting ready to start moving the Z-axis, he goes, did you not get the Z motor mounts and the bed yokes? No. So then he sent me those files, and I did that. So basically, I pulled the 3 short linear rails that go on the 3 bed yokes, the Z motors, and lead screws. Everything else was brand new for that printer. So yeah, scope creep galore. All right, so let's go back to this side. Once again, we're doing one of these pretty little guys, just with a Galileo instead of the orbiter. And like I said, I'm going to come back and basically cut these wires right here and just use the one LED at the top and not worry about the nozzle LEDs. We need to mount our hot ends. So let's go ahead and pull our hot ends out. Continue to throw things down at my feet. I don't believe I need this anymore. Well, I will when I go to do the fans, but for now we'll take that off the plate so I don't burn myself. Put this stuff back over there where it's out of the way. So we've got a little bit of grease and a little screw that comes with the hot end. We're just setting those aside. We also have a spare sock, so we'll stick that to the side. We'll pull our wires out because I know that they're going to have to be pulled out. Well, it's not that they don't understand English. They need to understand context, right? Heat creep is a technical term. Being a creep is, you know, just somebody being a jerk. And that would violate the, I was going to say terms of service, but not necessarily terms of service. What is it? Like code of ethics for the stream or whatever. Okay, so we used, what we use on these? We used M3 by 16s. I know we'll need M3 by 14 button heads for the fans. M3 by 14s, and we'll grab a few of the M3 by 16s to mount our tool head. And once again, I'm not worried about, oh, do I have enough of this particular size? I've got plenty of screws. We can cover any adjustments that need to happen. And we'll need to grab the fans though. So on this piece, this side over here has this little slope downwards. And that's going to line up with this little notched edge. Come on, focus. Lines up with that little notched edge. So the wider part of the heat sink goes towards the back of the tool head. Like so. And we'll put in our M3 by 16s. And screw it in. And yep, the spilled coffee is my standard lurk, by the way. Stay creeping. Silly question for after the ads. Is there a better extruder for your Neptune 4 Max? Probably. I mean, you could always put a different extruder in and make it better. On the Neptune 4 Max though, I'm sure there is, I just don't know. I've never worked with one. You'd be bored without it, yeah. All right, so that's there. We'll go ahead and install the second one, and then we'll need to grab some fans out of the other boxes, because why would I have grabbed those and brought them out here? That would have made less times I had to run off screen to grab things. I don't know. Did he get auto modded? I don't know why he would have. Oh, it asked you if you were offended. That's right, because Liz is like an OG here, so she's one of my actual mods. Yeah. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Liz. I would say give a shout out to Liz, but she'd have to give her own shout out, which she can anytime she wants. Oh, I was taking those out, and I got to leave those out because that's to mount the fans. Let me grab the fans. What would that entail? It truly depends on how much you want to go. I mean, I've seen people completely replace the entire tool heads on printers. Evil Diesel did not like the tool head setup for the the Focus, and completely designed a new tool head for it with a Revo. And that was a full tool head, extruder, the whole 9 yards. Like I said, it depends. I would start looking and see if somebody has done a mod for that printer already, and then look at which ones are out there and what would be the better one to use for your case. Normally, reusing as many parts as possible is always a good thing, right? Now, I would say I'm one to talk, because to me, any printer can be looked at as a lot of bench stock parts, right? Meaning, wow, I could use this over here in my bench stock, versus, oh wow, I don't want to do that because then I have to buy all new parts. I just always look at it as any parts I take off become bench stock and useful for another mod or another build or something else. And like I said, we've got these built-in channels on either side that our wires can come up and be out of the way. So we're just going to route our wires up right alongside the heat sink there, and we'll keep those out of the way. It does not matter in which order these hot ends go in, because all of this part is all the same. And some of your design or your choices is going to be on, like, what is your ultimate goal with the printer and with replacing the extruder. Like, is it just, you know, something on this extruder broke? The easiest thing is going to be to replace it. If you have different considerations for why you want to swap out the extruder, maybe you want to try and push a larger nozzle or higher flow rates through a different hot end, or like, oh, I'm going to put a 0.8 on it, and this thing, it'll push for a 0.8, but I'm having to slow way down, and I don't really want to. You know, it's different design criteria there. Yeah, printing tool head, buying fans most likely. The H2V2S Plus, an adapter. There you go. See, there's options out there. Like I said, I'm just not that familiar with the we're back with a semi-remote mic because I can't mount this here, you know, like, yeah, you get it. Hopefully I don't sound really, really tinny or far away. But thank you for letting me know that we lost audio. But yeah, I was saying a hermit crab is also another option if you want to go that route as well, which will allow you to swap out tool heads overall. So I got the fans on. Now we need to put heat inserts into the main body. We did that. We need to put in our pretty piece, and once again the honeycomb is facing the front. So if you put it in the right way, it actually pops in there really easily. Like so. Come on. All right, there we go. For the LED version only, we're going to put in our little diffuser pieces so that they match with our with the chosen number. One feels like it's in there nicely. And that one's good too. Apparently this number does not hold in there as well because of the shape of it. I'll have to leave it that way. We're not going to do the lower lighting. So we'll just have the one LED and the other light piece that comes here. So I can literally, we can do that now that I've made my final decision that I'm just going to cut the extensions off. We're going to have plenty of sequin RGBs left over, because we're not going to use those. And we'll break out the opto taps. The sequins will go over here. Opto tap, sequins, and that. So, hey Diesel, what's up, dude? We're better audio if a little quieter. Okay. And by better audio, you mean you can actually hear something? So what we're going to decide to do is not use the lower ones here. And probably the best thing for me to do is just desolder it versus cutting the leads. Because if I ever do decide to do something with it, then I'll get mad at myself if I cut the wires. So let me grab the soldering stuff so that we can desolder some wires. And this, my friends, is why I have 2 different soldering iron setups here at the lab, so I can quickly change between them. Goes there. Goes there. Sorry, folks, I'm just trying to organize the stuff that I have over here into a smaller amalgamation of boxes. While that soldering iron heats up in the 3 seconds that it actually takes to heat up. Alright, so that stuff, that goes there. Wrenches. Sure. Okay, I should probably use my amame fixos to hold these up while I work on them. And once again, all I'm doing is desoldering, so I just need to heat these up and pick them off one at a time. Oh, guess it helps if I actually hit the button to heat up the soldering iron. No comments from the peanut gallery over there. How's it going, Evil Diesel? Were your ears burning earlier? I was clipping hard on normal mic. It might be just because it's so close to my throat. But yeah. Keep trying to turn it down, but I haven't found the magic spot yet, apparently. Oh, good gracious. I'm going to play this game. Good gracious, I'm at 300C and this is not melting. Right. Throw some flux on there. I will say I've learned that this is definitely easier to solder these little suckers with flux. I was hoping that they would good God, what did they all right, let's put this thing at max and see. True, now I'm at 400C, so we'll see if I can get these to start popping off or not. And that answer is going to be no, so at this point I think I'm just going to snip it and call it good, because if I wasn't getting it to budge at 400C with flux, I don't know. You know what? Let's see if you guys can identify the issue. Come on, focus. Look at the solder joints. They coated the solder joints. Yeah, it's covered in glue or silicone or something, because, yeah. 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 A bit of a mess now, but no. I had a big towel over there. Guess not. Oh, there we go. There's a paper towel. It feels high, you know, I had 400 degrees on it and it wasn't budging, and it's all still there, so it's probably like a high temp silicone that they squirted on it. So we're just going to sever the extra wires. So we now have some LED leads there. And we'll do that for all 4 sets, because we're just going to use the one wire, or the one LED. I mean, it's a robust connection, that's for sure. It is a robust connection. That one there. Conformal coating. There we go. So these are the OptoTap cables. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, if these wind up being improperly done, then I'll just be, I guess, going through and making a set. So I'll do that off stream because you guys do not want to sit here and watch me muddle through trying to solder them all up. All right, so there's some spare LEDs we can use for another project. Put that over there. We got Mike there. I'm going to sit back down here because why not? Galaxy Red ASA. Nice. Yeah. All of you to assume I don't want to watch someone else struggling to solder for. Yeah. I don't want you to have to watch me, and I don't want to watch myself sit here and try and do the solder. How about that? Is that a little bit better? All right, so we're going to have to bring these in, and they come in from the our wires need to exit out our wires need to exit out this way. So we need to basically bring our LED in with the wires facing a way we're not used to. And I will say the quote-unquote conformal coating is going to be a pain in the butt. Actually, these LEDs as a whole may be a pain in the butt. So there's like a little ramp edge for this. These are some proud darn LEDs for yeah, there we go. That one just snapped. And I just cut these up, but I'm gonna try and grab, I think I've got a different set of LEDs somewhere, and I'll show you what I'm looking at. I've got LEDs down here. We might have to use them. Okay. So let's look at these LEDs and about how thick they are, right? Now let's look at this LED and how thick it is. The actual LED on this is about 150% as tall as this is. So it's taller and it's a smaller square than these are. So I don't know if I'll be able to get these even in the printed part without breaking the printed part like I did the first one. Because there's a ramp up and it's just not going to get above that ramp. In any way, shape, or form. Okay. So let me see if I can get these in there. If not, then we'll see if I have to wind up reprinting a bunch of these. Because, wow, that's, yeah. It feels like even the circuit board is extra thick as well. Of course, that could just be the quote-unquote conformal coating. And I'll say this is kind of odd because, I mean, this is LDO kit. So normally the LDO kit stuff is really good and fitment is really, really good as well. Not used to having this type of issue with any of the kit stuff that I've had from LDO. So we'll try and run these. If we run into any issues, you know, we can replace them. We have the ability. And these are going to slide straight up in there, and your wires are going to go in that little rounded track like so. So we'll do this a total of 4 times. Be sure to get the wires in there so they're out of the way. Oh, come on. All right, so 0, 1, 3, 2. So there we go, we've got those done. And then I think we're going to finally hit the stopping point because we're going to need that back plate. I don't even want to put the M3x12 screw in just yet. We're going to need that spacer. Okay, now I'm confused. Screw comes from the back side to the front side. That ain't working on this one. Let's look at the CAD. Yeah, there is a screw hole, but I don't see anything in. Ah, okay. Got you. So the spacer goes, gotcha. I see what it's doing. I see what it's doing, which is why I can't really do anything just yet because I need those darn spacers. The spacers that I don't have. Darn spacers. All right, folks. I think that means that, well, no, there are things that we can do if I just stop trying to rush my way out. We can go through and put all the heat sets in for our fans, and we can go ahead and get our fan assemblies set up and ready to go so that when we come back on the next stream, it's really bing, bang, boom, and we're getting all 4 of these assembled. Yeah, so basically what I was seeing is there's a well here for the head of the screw, and the screw is just being placed in here. We'll put the spacer on and then slide that over the screw, and the screw is going to screw into that piece right there. So that's the piece that I was missing. Now we need to do some heat sets for the fan ducts. So heat sets in the fan ducts, one at the back of each side. So heat press here, magnet down here, because that's going to be the magnet that helps hold it into the whatchamacallit, into the dock. We teach science and engineering at the health. Sorry about that. Science and engineering to the health and safety evaluator said it's a wash between which you use health-wise. Having kids with soldering irons at lower temps is also a win. Yes, definitely. You know, whatever it takes to keep the kiddos safe when they're using the tools, and less chance of major burns is always a good thing. Hey Diesel, I got an email, like a response email. And yes, I'm being semi-cryptic. He'll know what I mean. Or he should. And I found in my last foray into this that there are two different types of the fan sides. There's a, we'll say, standard, and then there's the ones for the Honey Badger fans. We had to use the Honey Badger versions and reprint the fan ducts for the Honey Badger versions on the one we did for Zura, because that's the fans that he had provided. So these should be good to go. We've got that. I don't think there's any more heat sets to do. We will need some 6-3 magnets, I believe. There's a few here. There's a few over there. Insert an M3 insert in each duct and glue a 6-3 magnet to the bottom of each duct. I will grab the glue here. The other ones I think are going to stay where they stay. I don't think they're going to pop out. We'll grab the glue for this. Ooh, you got an email from Snapmaker. Nice. Is it about a U1? Now, I want to make sure that all of these go in the same way, which just means all of the ones on the dock will also go in, well, in the same way, but directly opposing. Come on. And these are a pretty decent fit. That one is not a 6-3. These are 6-3s. They were cryptic, so not exactly sure what they want to work with you about. Okay. See, I got 2 different sizes in there. That's great. Well, I will say what I've seen of the Snapmaker U1, it seems like a pretty solid machine. I still have yet to slice and print on it yet, but that's more of me. I've had opportunities. It's just one of those things of I would have to think of something and slice it right then and there, because normally when I'm there, somebody's already printing on it. That type of thing. So it's we'll say a store machine at Ecovate. It was the pre-production engineering unit that they got at the store. Okay, so 4, 1, 2, 3, and this will be the last one. And all 8 of those magnets are in the same polarity direction. And ad break in 20 seconds, or I'll dismiss it. Install the 4010 blower fan into each duct. Depending on the make of fan you have, it may be necessary to remove the fan's cover before installation. Optionally, you can secure each fan with an M2x6 self-tapping screw. Route the wires for the left fan along the back of the fan and out the side of the duct. Okay. So, I'm going to say that I'm not going to have to take the cases out, or the fronts off the case. That lines up beautifully. I am going to look into doing the M2x6 screws on the into the inner ears here. So because that slides in so easily, we're going to want to throw some screws into it. Otherwise, the chance of it rattling will be high. And I have no idea what the hell else I'm going to use an M2x6 self-tapper for. So apparently I didn't get the ad shut off in time. And the M2x6 self-tappers are not grabbing much. So as soon as you feel it start to grab, stop twisting. But yeah, this is how easy they are to install. We're just going to use the M2 2x6 self-tappers just to keep them from running away on us while we're doing the assembly. Yeah. Yeah. If Angus Lost in Tech, I know Michael Law's Teaching Tech has one behind him sitting right next to his Prusa XL. I happened to notice that on one of his recent videos. So that's a good sign, we'll say. My God, these things are tiny. If one of these little suckers goes on the floor, the only way I'm going to find it is when I step on it. Like I said, I think we're going to have everything ready to go. The only thing we won't be able to do is do the physical assembly because I do need to do those little spacers. Once I get those done, we'll be set to have all four of these ready to rock and roll. We will have to we will need to build the two of the extruders, but we'll do that on the next stream. And once again, Thursday, I will not be streaming because I will be over at Ecovate 3D. One of the other creators in town is doing a creator meetup at the store. So I'm going to go hang out and chit chat with some of my fellow creators and learn some new people because I'd never heard of this person in the area. And then Saturday, I will be streaming from Ecovate in the morning, my normal time, 10 to 12. And that will be working on the Optimus P1. I'm going to attempt while I'm there on Thursday to cut the holes that or drill the holes in the enclosure that I need to mount the cable chain and route the wires out the right side of the printer using an umbilical. That way I shouldn't have to cut, splice, or create a whole new umbilical cable. I just use the ones that came with the beacon and the CAN bus cable that I have. Okay, so where are we at now? We've got our 4 hot ends ready to be mounted up, complete with their fans. We've got all 8 of the part cooling fans installed and ready to be mated. We've got the 4 toolhead covers already set up and ready to go. We've got the rear plates ready to go over here. We got all 4 of our rear plates ready to go. And we've got our shuttle is over here ready to go. So I think we're ready to get all 4 tool heads assembled as soon as I can print off those spacers. Yeah, I think we're right there ready to install the extruders. The LDO Orbiter 2 will go on quickly and simply. We do the PCB mount and get everything cabled up. Now, install 2 M3 heat inserts into each PC mount spacer. I am pretty sure I did not print those spacers either. And I've got the rear pieces for the Galileo, which is obviously different than the ones that showed there for the orbiter. So I need the rear piece for the orbiter for the Nighthawk, the spacers, and the spacer. So we need the Anthead spacer. And I think this is, yes, these are the other two spacers. I'm going to check. I will pull these down and put them into the slicer and see how tall they are, because I don't think there's measurement tools in here, are there? Do not appear to be. I hate these printed. I hate the printed ones. Let me just do that. I hate the printed ones. I go out and I try and buy M3 threaded standoffs. So if I need to, I will go grab a different style. That's the PCB mount that I'll need as well, right? So we'll download that as well. So I've got those sets of files there that I will need to print. And then it looks like I also had one of these fail, so I'll reprint that, because otherwise that's gonna be an issue. So I'll reprint that. And I think we're good to go at that point. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. That's where we're going to leave it. I will say thank you, everybody, for being here. We made great progress tonight. We made great progress tonight, so I appreciate that. And everybody sticking with me as I kind of went a little schizophrenic in the middle of this and had to sort all the screws and all that goodness. But we're there. We're prepped. We're locked. We're ready to go. Handful of parts to print. I'll get that ready to go. And as soon as these Galileo 2Z motor parts are done, I will slice these up and get those going and get those printed. So everything here is done, ready to go. The Galileo Z's, I've got the pink parts printed. The purple parts are printing now. The other parts in that file, these are the ones for the actual like Z feet piece that we need for the Galileo Z's. The other plates are, the other two plates are the side skirts that get swapped out because we're changing the Z's up. So yeah, that's my point, is they're not critical, but with me not streaming Thursday and then Saturday we're doing the Optimus P1 down at Ecovate, I've got time. Unless, like I say, I throw another stream in here or there. Tomorrow night, probably won't stream, and if I do, it'll be later in the evening because we have a meeting at 5. And I don't know how long that's going to take. But yeah, and then Diesel, we'll chat some later tonight or tomorrow. Some interesting news. So, all right. that's all I got. Let me see. Hey, that zombie guy is up and running. Perfect timing. I haven't radiated into him in a while. And I completely forgot. Wow. So, as everybody knows, and there it is right on the screen right now, Hedamame is a supporter of the channel. And Hedamame had a Kickstarter go live today for their Hedamame Pro headphones. The Hedamame Pros have glass drivers. They are tuned specifically for audiophile listening. There we go. And they are going to come fully built. So if you go and do the Kickstarter right now, one, you're going to get a heck of a good price. And then two, you're getting a fully built and assembled studio quality headset off of the Kickstarter. I backed it first thing this morning. I got up, and that's the first thing I did this morning was come upstairs, logged in, and backed the project. And I believe he said they reached goal in 17 minutes. 17 minutes, and they reached their Kickstarter goal. So everything past 9:17 this morning was gravy, right? So there's, these are going to be awesome. I'm excited to get these. There's a couple other things I have in the works, and I'll announce those as soon as those come to fruition. But for now, let me go ahead. We're going to get the raid started to Zombie Hedgehog. And I'm going to say thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for sitting here through this build. Like I said, we're going to do several smaller sessions where we build the things that we can build off the printer before we have to pull this down, take it apart, and it takes over the entire table until we're done. Because the gantry is going to take it off the table. The Z drives, we're going to build those off the printer, because then we're going to have to take almost all the skirts off, all the Z, rebuild the skirts. While we're under there, we're going to swap some of the electronics out, the whole 9 yards. So this is going to be a fun series of videos. Please stick around and stay around for the series. And I look forward to getting this one up and added back to the shelf as a tool changer versus a standard single nozzle or a multi-color system. So thank you all very much for being here. Come with me as we raid over to Zombie, and I will see you guys next time. Bye now. And for those of you that are continuing to watch over on YouTube, thank you for being here as well. Please stay around for future streams. If you like what you see, be sure you hit that like button. Also hit the subscribe button while you're down there, and make sure that you click on the bell icon to get notified of future content, especially for this one. You're going to want to see this one and the one when we do the upgrades to Iron Dragon. So with that, YouTube's going to be suggesting a new video for you right over here. Stay safe. Have a great